come shooting, otherwise we're in trouble. Not yet. Yet alive. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cardiff Indoor Bowls Club for finals day of the Welsh Indoor Bowling Association competitions. This is for the year 2019-2020, finishing off these competitions after the long delay with COVID. The 2021-22 competitions will start at respective clubs coming up in October, November, working their way to the knockout stages, and then the semi-finals, quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals will be next April 2022. We have games this morning, games at lunchtime, and then games this afternoon. So from 10 o'clock this morning, there are 3 games on. The TV game we are covering is a Cardiff versus Cynon Valley clash in the Open Triples final. Representing Cardiff is Mark Harding, Damien Dubler, and Daniel Salmon. And representing Cynon Valley is Jordan Davis, Jared Breen, and Ross Owen. This will be 2 trial ends, which have just taken place, and it will be 18 ends. If they're all square at the end of 18 ends, there'll be 1 extra end to find a winner. Cardiff won the toss and elected to bowl the jack, and Mark Harding playing lead will be going first. If you are able to get here, say Cardiff Indoor Bowling Club is at Sapphire Gardens next to the Cricket Club, just off Cathedral Road in the centre of Cardiff by Butte Park and Cardiff Castle. Brilliant location, free car parking, plenty of car parking at the bowling club, and there's food and drink available all day. And say everybody is welcome, plenty of seating all around the stadium and obviously in the bar area. Presentations will take place later today after the various competitions have concluded. Cardiff are playing with red stickers, and Curran Valley will be playing with blue stickers, if that helps. Nice start by Mark Harden, giving 2 close words for his rink in this early stage. Both these sets of players played yesterday against each other in the fours competition. So they know each other very well, both from that and in general. And they play each other in club championship games and also all within Welsh squads and trials. For the Curran Valley rink, there has been a change round on the programme. Jordan Davis lead. Jack Green is now playing second, and Ross Owen is skipping on the programme. It had Jordan Davis lead, Ross Owen second, and Jared Green skip. But the Curran Valley boys have decided to change the order. It's nice to see when we have people viewing the event, and good morning and warm welcome to Carl Mounty and to Peter Williams from Monmouthshire. It's nice to see Carl down here yesterday supporting his son Jack and Carl's father Trevor Mounty, who's back to full health now after suffering from COVID. So we're very pleased for you and all your family, Carl. Good effort by Jared Green there, just went between the 2 woods on the forehand draw. Cardiff holding 2 shots at the present time. Good morning to James Wason. Glad you're able to join us, James. Hope you enjoyed the game this morning. Other games on this morning is the Junior Fours final. T. Sims and Co. from the Ronda playing D. Pellegrine and Co. There's also an over 60s pairs final. Roger Silcock and Graham Congreve of Blaenau Gwent are playing C. Hopkins and Jim Roberts of Isloin. There's other games on at 12 o'clock lunchtime and then 2:30 this afternoon. There's various games. The big game will be Blaenau Gwent versus Cardiff. Owen Dando, Chris Crevence, Steve Harris, John Tomlinson of Blaenau Gwent versus Ross Lewis, Mark Harding, Damien Doubler and Daniel Salmon on rink 4 this afternoon. Owen Dando got married yesterday, the lead from Blaenau Gwent. Many congratulations, Owen, to you and your new wife. So we're not sure if Owen will be here or not, or if a reserve will come in for him. We'll see later, and if he's here, it'd be nice to congratulate him. If it's not, again, our very best wishes for the future for you both. On this first end, Cardiff in a strong position at the present time. This moment in time, it looks like Cardiff holding two potentially free shots. The two blue woods just in with the red stickers in front of the jack, and there's a black wood behind with the red sticker. Daniel Salmon has just drawn another. So Cardiff are holding 3 or 4 at the present time, and who's skipping Dave now instead of Jared Breen. Based on the position, I would think he would play weight. He's normally a consistent, good firing player when he does need this bit of armory in his ammunition. Great effort by Ross, played on the backhand, a drive. It worked its way towards the head. It has taken out 2 woods of Cardiff, but it still looks like possibly Cardiff are still holding 2 at the present time. Looking at the position of the head behind, the Cardiff skip would have considered the options. He might look to just do a dead draw game or potentially cover these backwards as there's 3 woods with blue stickers on. Daniel has decided on a draw and a very nice forehand draw for him, left-hander. He's in the count 6 inches behind, so at the present time, Cardiff holding 2, potentially 3. Ross went again with a drive on his backhand, but just missed the head. So the 2 skips still have a wood each remaining. So potentially Daniel might be drawing again to add to the count. And Ross, based on the position head, might fire again and hope to move the jack. This time Daniel has gone as a cover shot to try and get as near as he can to the re-spot. His line was good, but unfortunately his weight probably fell about a yard short. As you can see, the 2 blue stickers with the green and the red woods near the spot. But Ross has fired again and he's just gone under the head. Cardiff 2 on the first end of this 18-end game. Good morning also, and welcome to John Lewis. Steve Jackson, the Welsh indoor team manager. Ethan Humphreys from Merthyr is watching. As I say, the first end of this triples final, open triples final, has just taken place in Cardiff, taking a 2-0 lead on the first end. Lewis Lavelle is watching. He was here yesterday. Norman Eldridge, a teammate of mine from Whitchurch Outdoors at Cardiff, is watching. Good morning, Norman. Hope your health is okay, getting better. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Tell him he's also live scoring on the website.
Yes.
Do you see Mike Kent criticizing last night?
No, I don't think he sent us about the thing. He sent me for £45 a month. You can get something. All this. I showed John O'Brien. What John said, yeah, 45 quid, but it's brilliant here. Yeah, let's just be grateful.
But is he only just started it? Like, the Welsh is in the process of
and the Wi-Fi is they're doing work or something in Cardiff. I heard.
They just, all they want to do is criticise.
If you didn't put this on, you'd been in the way just about live score.
Yeah.
But by having this, say thank you.
And then
Mike
Kent says something, and then underneath, then you always get that Lawrence Hula, and then
from West Wales.
We're having these. Hopefully, we'll have ours up now, ready for April.
Yeah.
Down in Swansea, Ben.
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah,
yes. Yeah, I understand. I turned it off. It's off. Well, I turned it off. I'm off on here at the moment. I'm on off.
You must be picking it up to my copy. That's why I said you got to turn it up on there.
Also like to confirm that on the WIBA website there is live score. Every end is updated at each game here today. At the moment, Cardiff are holding 2 or 3 shots, with the Bluewoods of Mark Harding playing lead today for Cardiff. Jordan Davis is the Redwoods with the blue stickers from Cunnon Valley. I said all these players played yesterday, and Jordan Davis played superbly well as lead for the Cunnon Valley rink when I was watching the game yesterday afternoon. Good morning to Di Seal and to Sylvie Morgan. A warm welcome to you and hope you enjoy the game today. Lovely backhand draw by Jared Green then. Probably second shot at the present time. Damon Dublin now playing the backhand from the scoreboard in towards the clubhouse end. People who know Cardiff, the bar end, or towards the outdoor green end. On rink 3 in the Junior 4s final, T. Sims and co. Romford rink are 7-2 up after 3 ends. And in the senior final, on ring 4, Blaenau Gwent are 3-1 up after 2 ends against Islam. Looks like Jack Green with his last wood has drawn the shot, just passing the Jack with a backhand draw. Damien Doubler has just drawn on his backhand for Cardiff and has drawn the actual shot. So Cardiff are holding one at the present time with Jared Greenwood with the blue stickers holding second shot at the present time. That screen's come on blue. Daniel Wood looking for a forehand. In fact, he's decided to play a backhand draw. To come in to try and draw in the count, which he has. A lovely wood there by Daniel. 2-0 with Damien shot wood. Again, putting a bit of pressure on Ross, the opposing skip. Ross could look to do a dead draw on his backhand, but again, he might be minded to play a bit more aggressive wood. He has 3 woods to play with through his first one. He's decided to try to do a dead draw. A great effort by Ross there, connecting with the Jack. The Jack has just come forward a foot or so. There were 2 receiving woods of Jared Green, the green with the blue, but the Jack might have just gone enough to the blue wood just behind with the red stick of Cardiff. So Daniel will now be looking to do a forehand draw. If Daniel could just touch that Jack, he'd make 2 shots. Good morning to Hilda Eldridge, who's watching. I saw Hilda last night at the Whitchurch Bowling Club outdoor presentation night. Nice to see you, and thank you for all the hard work you do behind the scenes. Daniel has drawn the 1 just in front of the Jack. It's a definite shot to Cardiff now. Jared is assisting Ross in choosing what shot to play, looking for a perfect draw or an edge off one of the wider woods to cut across to shot wood just in front of the Jack. We also have Cannavale have a good wood behind of Jordan Davis, the red wood with the blue stick if the Jack should move. Ross was unlucky there and has taken that off. So Daniel will continue to try and draw and play up to the shot wood. If he touches the shot wood and the Jack slightly moves, Cardiff would then be holding 3 shots. Although I was at the presentation night at Richard, and a good night was had by all. I was a good boy. I had 2 pots of lager and a packet of crisps. Went home to watch Match of the Day, fell fast asleep, and missed it. But yeah, that's old age creeping up on me. Daniel drawing in again. Big swinging woods of Daniel. Block the hole to the direct draw for Ross. So Ross will probably play a bit of weight now to alter the head and get the jack out. Ross is playing weight on his backhand. Good effort, but touched the woods, but didn't actually alter the head. One wood has been taken out in favour of Cardiff. They're umpiring to check who is second shot. What's in the umpire? We have a different umpire today. Vivian from the Cardiff Indoor Bowling Club, qualified umpire. She is doing it today. After Ken Parfitt did it yesterday. Thank you again, Ken, for all your time and effort all day here at Cardiff yesterday. Two. No. 2 ends. Two ends. On the scoreboard, they have 3 ends have been played and Cardiff winning 4-0, but I believe it's just 2 ends have been played so far. Cameras have now been moved to the end where the jack is being played to. Mark Harding, for him, a slightly loose opening wood. And Jordan Davis has punched this with having the best wood of the game for him so far, with a wood right behind the jack. Mark Harding has replied with a much closer wood. Good morning to Rita Birch, who's watching also. Glad you're able to join us this morning. The Leeds have now finished their playing this particular end. So Jordan Davis having a very good end. And Mark Harding having a wood just in front. I see the jack is hidden between the two red woods and the blue wood in the centre of the green. Taking double of Cardiff playing second in this triples rink. Drawn on the forehand up towards the scoreboard end. A great effort by Damien, resting on Jordan's woods, but not altering the head or the count at the present time. I stated a little bit earlier, if anybody's looking out for family or friends or people playing on other rinks, on the WIBA website, they do have live score, and every end is covered and updated as the scoreboard turns over, if you wish to check out that also. That will be for all games today, again, the ones at lunchtime and the ones this afternoon. Another great effort by Damien. The head is built up really nicely now between the blue stickers of Cunner Valley and the red stickers of Cardiff. Very hard to see, but potentially Jordan Davis with the red wood in the centre of that is shot with the jack just in front of him. Try and get the jack through if they should be one shot down. Damien came up on a forehand draw, quite close, but not again, nothing to change the actual score at this particular end. Jared again playing another bowl at the request of his skip. A precaution if weight is going to be played on this particular end. they're trying to draw this pattern to try and touch the jack from the red wood to the black wood of Damien Dubler. Very close effort with just turning the wood over black wood onto red. So nothing's changed on the score. Also must play another deep wood, this time trying to cover the E spot, which is on the bottom of the left-hand side of the screen. Daniel in the area again, but the jack not moved, again still very close to the central red wood. Ross has now covered the respot on the other side as well. If anybody fires and the jack moves, then it might come into play. Three Cardiff players in the chat to discuss whether to do a dead draw again to try and move that jack, or potentially to cover the back position. Quite a few kind of balls by the net if that jack should come through. It's got a little dead draw. Great effort right into the head of bowls. Now the turn of the Cunham Valley boys to have a discussion of what to do. Can they get the jack out? Can they move it? Can they make the shot? Are they holding one? Can they make two? Decisions to be made by them. We have more viewers joining us and watching the games this morning. Hope you're able to join us, and a warm welcome to Mandy Price, to Angela Ab, and to Ian Henderson. Saw Ian's father yesterday, Ken Henderson, president of WIBA here at Cardiff. He's also the team manager of the South Glamorgan Outdoor Senior team, which was successful in winning the Welsh Championship this year under Ken's leadership. Ken plays at the club outdoors in South Glamorgan and a good chap and quite a character. So the end is finished. The one redwood and right at the start of the end, stage shot all the time, and Cunham Valley pick up one shot, and the score is 4-1 to Cardiff after 3 ends against Cunham Valley. On the other games in the junior fours, T. Sims and Co. of the Rhondda are 11-2 up on D. Pellegrin and Co. after 5 ends. And in the over 60 pairs, the score is 5-2 after 4 ends to Roger Silcock and Graham Congrave against C. Hopkins and Jim Roberts of Isline. The opening bowl was sent by Jordan Davis. Lovely way to just miss in the lead line. Jordan is now fighting his range after the trial ends and opening ends of this game with 2 good opening works on this particular end. Cardiff's won 2 woods just short of the jack. You want to increase it slightly to be on this side of the jack one to actually hopefully draw the shot, or 2 gives him position to his second skip. Very good wood there by Jordan Davis. Touched the jack, hidden it behind one of his previous woods, and dropped him for second behind. It's nearly the perfect draw from Mark Hardy to change this head. A fabulous effort by Mark Harding. Second shot. Another excellent judge on wood there by Jared Green. Resting up against Mark Harding's wood. Potentially now Cannavale holding 2 shots on this particular end. Good effort by Damon, just falling short of the shot wood and the jack. And on this particular end, the way the head is built, it's going to need a perfect draw on either hand to change the current position with Cannavale holding 2 shots. Trout has changed hands to the forehand, just dropping in a little bit short and tight. But it could be a nuisance value on that backhand draw. Potentially stops the direct line. Might make Damien go a little bit more tighter, a little bit more weight to disturb the head to try and get that jack out. And yes, potentially I think he's made it. A wonderful shot on the backhand. Make the wood turn and just touch the wood, and the black wood moved on to the red wood to move the jack out, and the black wood of the red stick of Cardiff could be holding one shot at the present time. Jack Green still a forehand draw. Gone about 2 yards behind, but again it might not be a bad wood as the end progresses. If the Cannavale skip plays a forehand draw overweight, he could move the jack through to Jarrett's receiving wood. A very warm welcome also this morning to Alex Gardner, who's watching live from Australia. Wonderful to hear from you over there. Hope you're enjoying the viewing this morning, where it's nearly 11 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning here. It'll be late on a Sunday evening in Australia, with the time zones in other parts of the world. Thank you again, Alex, for joining us. Forehand draw there by Damien. Just falling short, touching the wood, but again not changing the head. From their point of view, if they're holding one, it's very delicate. You don't need to touch the jack and give it away. Very frustrating if the opposition get it, fair enough. But if you give it away, you're not kicking yourself. Again, there are 3 games on this morning across the rinks at Cardiff. And if you wish to check up on anybody, please go to the WIBA website, where you go on live score, and each end is updated when the scoreboard is changed here. And then draw down his backhand. Again, quite a good wood, just in front of the jack, not in the count, but again blocking a direct line for Rosso in the opposing skip. Daniel's played a forehand draw just through the head, trying to match the green wood of Jared Green's wood, if there should be movement of the jack coming through. Ross played another draw. Just sat Daniel's wood down. If Cardiff are only one shot, they might take this and not bowl their last wood on the end. Daniel walking up, still going to play the shot. So if it's one down, wants the perfect wood. Otherwise, if he's holding one, he might just stay away from it. Daniel played up to the head, but yes, Cardiff were holding the one shot and go 5-1 up after 4 ends against Cannon Valley in this Open Triples final. Daniel Dublin was just able to move the wood onto the jack to make all the difference on a very good end of bowls. Thank you for your kind words from Alex Gardner in Australia. Hope you continue to watch and enjoy this very good game of triples in the Welsh Indoor Bowl Association men's final. I've been asked to commentate on these couple of games, and I've really enjoyed doing it, and hope you've enjoyed the viewing. I know I go off the beaten track sometimes, but I hope it's just for a bit of fun and a bit of more colour to the commentary and the visual side of the games you're watching. I promise not to be too biased. I am a player from Cardiff and a Cardiff rink you're playing. And even one of my sons is playing Daniel, the skip of the Cardiff rink. I'm dark-haired and right-handed. He's fair-haired and left-handed. So I asked some questions of my wife, but she totally denies it, but he does look just like the milkman. Good opening bowls by Jordan Davis again, the lead for Cannon Valley. A very, very good young player, as stated before. Apart from Mark Harding, all these other men on the rink from both sides have come through the youth development system in Welsh bowls, and they're all fine players. And I'd like to consider Jordan, Jared, and Ross Owen of Cynnar Valley as good friends, not just bowling opponents when Cardiff play Cynnar Valley. And again, there's also very nice families they're from as well. Damien playing a running route, trying to take the jack into the ditch to disrupt the great head Jordan has built up from lead, just outside the line. Very good wood there by Jared, sat down Jordan's wood to make the target a bit smaller and also for a good position in wood in behind. Damien has gone on the forehand again. It's just outside the line at the moment. Touched the red wood, potentially made it a little bit worse because it's a harder head to hit now. When they're more spread out the woods, the target obviously is greater. Again, another nice wood of Jared been on the right side of the jacket. The jacket is moved to be waiting as a receiving wood. Cardiff are now making decisions. Do they go again and fire to get the jack in the open? Is there a dead draw on the forehand to try and draw that jack? We shall see. Damien hit the head again. One red wood has moved. Could still be holding 3 shots, Cynnar Valley on this end at present. All these players are full Welsh indoor international players. And by the standard 11 performance we've seen in the quarterfinals, the semi-final, and here again today in the final, you can see why. Danny's firing and just missed the head. Very nice wood drawn by Russell on his backhand has come into the count. Daniel has decided on a dead draw on the backhand based on the count at the present time. This wood is coming very nicely with a slight rub off the blue wood to get the count down, potentially third shot. It's coming on the forehand if he can put that jack through. With Daniel's wood, he's moved the jack and it's potentially made 4 shots with all those red woods. Also the position behind is all in favour of Cannavale, puts him in a very strong position on this end. The position, the head position behind, a dead draw on Daniel's forehand as his left-hander might be the best course of action. Daniel's weight was spot on, but just missed the line and the ball dropped across. So with one wood to come at this end, looks like it's going to be a very good end for Cannavale. At the moment, potentially holding 4, even 5 shots. And if Ross can turn the jack, could add to this count. And again, Ross is just 4 shots have been taken out at present. The umpire has been called to see which is next shot. While the measure takes place, I'll be up to date on other scores. In the Junior Fours final, T. Sims and Co. on the Ronda are 13-4 up at 7 ends on D. Pellegrine and Co. On Rink 4, in the over 60s pairs final, the score is 7-all at 7 ends between Blaenau and Isline. Graham Congreve skipping against Jim Roberts. On this Rink 5 TV rink at Cardiff, at the moment the score is 5-1 to Cardiff after 4 ends. the forwards have been taken out already. So it can be 5-5 after 5 ends, or if Cunning Valley win the measure, they'll go one ahead 6-5. We'll advise you in a couple of seconds. Four shots, in fact, it was for Cunning Valley. So it's 5-5 on 5 ends in this Open Triples final. I had a message from Peter Williams that thank you for advising that live score, and says the junior fours are the other way round. We'll check on that for you. Thank you, Peter, for that information. We would advise that the home scoreboard and the red stickers would be on that side, and the blue stickers would be on the away part of the scoreboard. So I'm not sure if the players didn't realise that and perhaps went with a toss of a coin. But I'd suggest follow WIBA live scoring rather than me to get the true facts. Thank you again, Peter, for the information. The opening groups of this end by Jordan Davis and Mark Harding. At the moment, Jordan is holding one with a redwood just behind the jack. Good morning to Darryl Lawrence and to Linda Davis also watching. We've also been advised, watching from Australia, Linda and Chaz. Great again, welcome to Wales, and hope you're enjoying the viewing, and hope you have a nice evening, night time in Australia this Sunday night. At 11 11:30 this morning. I will be leaving the commentary, and Kevin Lewis, the stadium manager at Cardiff, will be taking over to the conclusion of this game. I've had to play in over 60s senior singles final against Respawn from Frith, North Wales at 12 o'clock. So look forward to that. Should be a good game. Reese won 21-12 against Emma Lloyd yesterday from Swansea, and he's a very good player. He also had a very good run last weekend in the PBA qualifiers for Potters in the singles, getting to the later stages. So may the best man win. Last wood drawn by Damien Dublin on the forehand, has drawn the actual shot on this end, a slightly looser end than we've been having so far. A very big swinger hand on route 5 facing the bar end here at Sapphire Gardens. Damien was about to bowl, and Kevin Lewis, with a sandwich in his hand, the stadium manager, Julie, walked past the head to put Damien off. Damien duly waited. Apologies from Kevin. Damien has now delivered. Damien has just gone through. Weight was quite good, but just went under the head. John Paul Norris is watching. Again, a warm welcome to you today. Hope you enjoy the game. Forehand draw here by Ross Owen. Big swing and woods. Good effort, just over the weight. And he'll probably have a backhand draw now as he's a left-hander to try and make 2 shots. And rest by the jackal, Damien Dubler's shot wood. And who's come in and drawn the actual shot. Ross has now changed hands to his backhand as the forehand is blocked by the 2 shot woods. Changing the hands slightly, different lines, and Ross is just a little bit tight and short on that occasion after changing hands. Tony drawn again, just falling short on this occasion. Fortunately, sometimes there's a lot of movement with people behind the head, which can slightly catch the eye of players delivering their woods, and that concentration is just slightly broken when they deliver their woods and they don't get the results they want then. In the over 60 pairs final, there's been a big end for the Island rink, The score was 7-all at 7 ends, but they have now gone 12-7 up on 8 ends. That's Jim Roberts' rink against Graham Cosgrave. Ross Owen has played a backhand draw, done a wonderful draw, and actually has drawn the shot. So the redwood, the chalk on there as a toucher next to the jack. Putting a line of weight down the backhand to try and remove Ross's wood. Let's come down. Looks a little bit tight unless he gets a lucky result. So the end was won by Cunham Valley with that wonderful draw by Ross Owen on a backhand right to the jack after Cardiff were holding 2 shots. So the up-to-date scoreline on this game is 6-5 to Cunham Valley after 6 ends. We're a third way through this game. I say 18 ends. If it's all square at 18 ends, it will go to one extra end to get a final winner. I'd also like to give a warm welcome to Nathan Hearn, who's watching us today. Nathan, a very good young bowler, again from the Cardiff Bowling Club Outdoors. And as I say, nice that you joined us today, Nathan.
No,
sorry. Okay, so we have the start of the 7th end. As I say, Mark Hardin's holding 1 at the present time. Jordan, good first wood, just with weight, just went under. His second wood has fallen a yard short. Say from Cardiff going 5-1, Cunham Valley have come back really well with a count of 4, and then on the last end, a lovely drawn wood by Ross Owen to take Cunham Valley ahead 6-5. A good end by Mark Harding here with 2 touches on his first 2 woods. Warm welcome also this morning to Marion Moorcraft and to Jane at Richards Williams. Hope you enjoy the game. We have this one this morning and we'll have another game this afternoon. Further information on that game will be given later. I've just been advised that this afternoon is going to be the over 50s triples final. Jim Roberts is rink playing Colin Davis of Llanelli Rink. That is programmed for 2:30 p.m. this afternoon on this particular TV rink. Morning to Jack Multy, who's watching. Earlier we had a message from your father, and he was watching as well. It's good to see you yesterday, and playing as well as ever. Best wishes to you, Jack, for the future in bowls, both indoors and outdoors. It's Kevin, can you do the commentary?
Okay.
Okay, I'll do the.
Yeah.
Just like- At the moment, Cardiff are holding one shot with the blue wood with the red sticker with the chalk mark on it of Mark Harding. Damien Double's going to play a backhand draw to try and draw to the jack, and if he can touch it, potentially he can make 3 shots for Cardiff. Great effort by Damien there, touched the jack, still holding one shot with the blue wood with the red sticker of Mark Harding. Jared Green can now look on the backhand to play probably a bit more purposeful, forceful shot to either turn the shot wood away and replace it or take the jack in the ditch. They're weighing the options up with a positive backhand line and weight shot. Ball has been delivered by Jared Green. And the shot we discussed, he played to perfection. He turned the shot wood of Mark Harding out, touched the jack in his run through, and it's just past the jack. Damien would probably be now looking at a forehand draw to the jack as close as he can. The Cardiff teammates are watching. They seem very happy with this, as they should be. Damien has drawn a shot on the forehand with a lovely jack-high draw. Again, Jared's weighing up the options of, does he do a dead draw, play a bit more purposeful to remove the wood, or take the jack with him into the ditch? A very, very lucky result there for Jared. He was slightly tight and heavy. Hit the one Cardiff wood, hit the other Cardiff wood, and was falling in for shot jack high. He knew it was a lucky shot and apologised to Damien as he passed for getting the result he did. It does happen in the game. It's frustrating when it goes against you. But you feel rather lucky it was for you, but it is in the game and you just have to accept it. The two have now played all their woods and after these skips to complete this end with Cunning Valley holding shot at the present time. Another very good drawn wood by Ross Owen on his forehand. Prior to that last wood, Daniel might have been considering a dead draw. The option is still there, but he might decide to play weight to try and take the two woods away, or cut the jack and go in the ditch himself. We'll soon find out. No change to the head at present. We're kind of holding two shots here. If Daniel did play weight on his forehand, he could get rid of redwood into greenwood and leave the Cardiff shot. Decided to try and go for that, take the jack in the ditch. He has taken the jack in the ditch with a 5 in wood as he was 2 shots down. His Cardiff teammates are happy with the result. I can't see it. Sorry, by the ditch in the far end, if there's still the woods. The drawn wood by Russell on the big draw on the forehand. So the jack has gone in the ditch. A bit difficult if you look down the far end from this camera angle, there is like a yellow spot on. So Ross's wood is the redwood, properly drawn shot. And let's see, the jack is in the ditch with the yellow marker. He'll draw on his forehand as close as he can to the edge. And has drawn the shot. A wonderful big drawing shot by Daniel to draw the shot and to make the scoreline 6-all after 7 ends of this 18-end Open Triples final. I'm leaving commentary now. I'll pass you on to John and Brian, who will continue the commentary, and hope you enjoy the rest of the game, everyone.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be with you now for a few ends of commentary till we find somebody to take over. A big thank you there to Ben Salmon, who's now going off to get ready for his own personal final in the over 60 singles. So we wish him all the best in his endeavours there. So as we can see, this is a very, very tight game, as we expected. We are broadcasting live on Facebook and YouTube. Some might find that there is subtitles at the bottom of your frames. This is to obviously help our hard of hearing friends who love watching the game of balls. Just watching the first few woods of this end now. This is setting up the head for the rest of the players to follow into. Very important part of the game. I'd like to thank everybody involved here at Cardiff Indoor Bowls Club, to the committee and to the members, the catering staff, the bar staff, and everybody else who's been involved, right down to the cleaners. Got this morning and we found that most people were drinking water after a fantastic night yesterday. For those of you who don't know bowls, can be a gentle sport, but very, very exciting. But it's also got a superb social side to it. If you're anywhere near Cardiff, we're in Sophia Gardens. It's the Cardiff Bowling Club. Pop in, come and see the world-class bowls live. There's no charge to come in, and very, very, very reasonable prices behind the bar. When you're watching bowls, it's also very important to watch these players, their stance, how they adjust. It's just as important as it is as you stand on a hockey for a darts match or your stance during a snooker game. You perfect it, you get to it, you're comfortable with it, and that's the way to help you play consistent bowls. Of course, it's a lot of practice, hours of practice to get to this level. Like Cardiff are holding a couple of shots here. And we see Dankert here coming to the mat. Danny's left-handed. But it's the same thing applies. He goes through the same routine for nearly every wood he lays down. And smoothly away. There we go. If only I could bowl like that. Here I Dan Stone right in again, another touch here. Superbly adjusted. When you think that the jack has also moved, it's a completely different line they're having to bowl. If you're thinking of taking up bowls, go onto the Welsh Bowls website, and there's a little clicking system there where you can find the bowling clubs nearest to you, and you will be welcome at all these clubs. Very friendly places to come. Just walk up, say hello, and have a chat with those who are in charge. There's the wood just arriving again. Run through. He's still on the green, so got a very good backwood there now. It's always worth taking your time to weigh up the odds, and also what would happen if you done or done. There's going to be a reaction whatever you do. Sometimes you like to stay away from the head once you're holding. the head any bigger, allowing your opponents to drive into them and clear you out. You can get the live scores on the UIBA webpage, where they're updating all the rinks as we go along. And as I said, there are more games on this afternoon. So if you're in the area, please pop in and enjoy live balls. This game now stands at 6 shots each after 7 ends. The Cardiff, I think, are holding a few here. We can looking at these tabs, settling himself in. He knows what he's going to do now. He's made his mind up. And firing away. He's had a bit of luck. He's cleared out some of them, and it looks like, yes, Cardiff have taken up the mat. So I think it's just a one shot to go. That's how the score stands at the moment. Cardiff 7, Curran Valley 6 after 8 ends. I'll be putting this up every now and again. But forgive my rather broad Cardiff accent after the whispering tones of Mr. Salmon. Ben's got a much quieter voice than me, and also a much better bowler. You can see it's another very tight head here. This is what you expect with the top bowlers. But whatever standard you are as a bowler, it is so enjoyable to play. Later this afternoon, I believe the Cardiff City and Swansea to battle in a very important championship football game. And of course, down here today, we have obviously supporters for both teams, but we wish them both well. Today's game is played over 18 ends. It's triples. You might have seen games going to 21 ends, but you normally find that they're either singles, sometimes doubles games. It's due to the number of words that have to be delivered. And some of these top players could be playing 2, maybe 3 games. Of course, next year the outdoor season starts, and of course, a lot of these players will be hoping to head to the Commonwealth Games being held in Birmingham. So it's not far to go this time. So all the COVID restrictions are lifted, and Birmingham are very successful in holding what is a superb couple of weeks of sport. Best of luck, Dan.
Thank you, Mitch.
I'd love to know your thoughts about the lads wearing shorts. I personally believe that some of them shouldn't due to the legs. But it's been passed now for the Welsh Sports authorities have decided that the men wear shorts. As you can see here today, it's very warm inside this building today. It's a lovely day outside. It was a bit overcast this morning, but the sun's broken through. And because temperature changes do affect indoor bowls. It affects the weight of the carpet, so the weight of the woods that you send down. Just looking at this, you wouldn't believe it. That have any problems with. This is where the practice comes in yet again. I believe they call it brain practice something long enough. It becomes a natural part of you. I think that's where I went wrong. Packed my brains in the wrong bag. Oh, lovely attempt there. Lovely attempt to draw the jack. It's not looking too happy. Can't quite see who's holding here. The jack's been hidden because the jack is a lot smaller than the woods themselves and can quite easily be buried. That's where you rely on your teammates to offer you up opinions up to which way you come in, should you come in, and obviously how heavy you come in. Nice to see that the clubhouse is filling up nicely yet again. Cardiff Bowls Club is based right in the centre of Cardiff in Safari Gardens alongside the Welsh Sports Centre and Glamorgan Cricket. Superb facilities. Open for hire. The winter weddings, the funerals, birthday parties. Come along and have a look. You'll be surprised. In beautiful settings. Car park available as well. Very, very reasonable bar prices. And he's taking his time there as the wood was coming down. What you tend to have to do in indoor bowls, you sometimes have to, well, regularly bowl out of your actual rink onto the opponent's rink. There you actually tend to go right out wide there. So you technically interfering with the opposite rink. So you wait until the coast is clear and let your wood come down. And obviously, there are occasions where both players send their woods down and we have what's called the crash. It's happened to me a few times. And you can almost guarantee that if that happens, both players will turn and say, that's the best wood I've sent down all day. Here again, the boys having a conversation. They agree on what the skip should do and what he's after doing. So, but if you come here, you can do that. But if you come here, you might do. So there's sometimes 3 or 4 different plans you can work out. But eventually, he's going to go to the mat, having decided on his shots, and let the action do the work. Now he's on his knees there. He wasn't praying. He was just trying to see the line. I always tend to do that. Because if I got down and to try that, I'd probably never get back up again. There's another 2 shots to Cardiff. The over 60s pairs now stands at 12-13 after 12 ends to Blaen y Gwent. And I apologise to those of you who are new to bowls that sometimes the players forget that the cameras are rolling and tend to block your view. And we must also apologise over the last couple of days. We've had some latency in our streaming. This is due to very poor internet in this building. You wouldn't believe we were actually bang in the city centre of Cardiff. The first day we were Wi-Fi, and that was very poor. And now we are actually wired in. We still can't get a full signal. It tends to come in waves. But I hope it's not spoiling your enjoyment too much. These things are sent to try us, and hopefully, as we get to know this equipment, we'll improve. And coming in heavy into the edge just to try and sort out the head. And he's right now. This might have gone off the rink, so they're putting it back onto the second spot. So if you look at the head as you see it, you see the central top, as we call the T, and to the right and left, 2 meters, I think it is, you have a secondary spot. So if the jack goes off the rink, rather than start in the end again, it's put onto the nearest second spot. So now they're gonna have to play to a different jack. This is something, of course, that the top players practice. They know that this is likely to happen, so they practice it. The average club player, I doubt if they do practice this, but there we are, guys. You almost put it to, it's like a snooker player learning how to screw the ball back. You don't teach yourself how to do it. You can't use that shot during the game. These boys would have practiced all these hours and hours of dedication goes into any sport. There again, look at line and wait. Look down, he's got to adjust to this. It's the kind of shot, this won't phase down on any of these top there, the fact that the jack's moved. There we go. Oops. There you see, same setup every time before delivery. I don't think there's any way of teaching your stance. It's what you're comfortable with, and it's continually doing the same thing, so you get so used to it that it's second nature. Out wide, right into the other rink. Now, of course, you would never ever bowl that wide on an outdoor surface unless it was an artificial surface. But on the grass, you tend to bowl much narrower. The same rules, well, 99% of the rules are exactly the same outdoors as indoors. And coming down on the back. He won't be far away yet. Straight through the head. Made sure he took the jack with him. Now it goes back on the spot again. So sometimes it's not always advisable to pick the jack up and ditch it. You've got to be mindful of how many of your shots are actually around the respot. Oh, good attempt there. Good attempt. And he's done it again. Superb. Now this time the jack's gone in the ditch, but it hasn't gone off the rink, so it stays live. So that's what Now putting a few markers up so that the players who've still got woods to play can judge. This is possibly one of the hardest shots in the game, draw into the ditch. In an indoor arena, you've got ditches all the way round. Outdoors, it rarely comes into play. And he's standing up now, he's bowled into the ditch. He looks a tad but he's coming to a halt. Has he done it? Nope, it's just dropped in. Looks at Cardiff. Cardiff have picked the mat up. Not quite sure of the score, but as soon as they update the board, we'll do the same. There's one shot to Cardiff, so it's now 10-6 on 10 ends. Lovely opening words by both leads here. And that's what can happen. You bowl yourself a beautiful wood for a toucher, and your opponent comes in and just taps you out. Gets a toucher himself, so you're from one up, you're one down. So you're in the club today. I don't know if you can hear it. We have the music playing away, hot food available, and don't forget free car park. And a fantastic atmosphere building up here, watching good bowls with the social side of bowls clubs. It's something special. to thank all the members of the Welsh Indoor Bowls Association Committee for putting on this superb finals event here today and for the last couple of days. We've been in full attendance in the other room. They're doing the updates, making sure everybody's got what they need, planning the schedules, umpiring. Again, another very tight head. These kind of heads don't scare the players. They know that they can change the head. So every shot's important. Just you don't always fire in to try and change the head. It's just a matter of maybe just moving one wood or coming in just as I'm there and sitting on. I would like to say who's holding you at the moment. Again, it's so close. Big shout out to those of you who are watching in Australia, New Zealand, and friends here from Dubai have joined. I don't know if he's watching. My brother who lives in New Zealand. Hope he's up and watching these bowls finals. If not, I'll be asking him why not. If any of you have friends abroad, please put comments up so they can be seen around the world. Hopefully then your relative friends from far afield can join in. And obviously pass on the links to other people so they can view the games. And if you're watching on YouTube, press the subscribe button, which helps us immensely. So we've got the analytics that we can work on and keep improving. So the coverage of balls. This is a completely new venture for us. It's been done in other parts of the world for quite a long time, Australia especially. Ireland, Scotland, with live streaming, and now here in Wales. Look, kind of Valley down by 4 shots. After 10 ends, there's 18 ends, and that can easily change. You change it with one wood coming down, and all of a sudden you've got a big score. So whenever you're playing bowls, you've got to be mindful of the fact you can lose a lead so easily, which makes it exciting every time you play. Every time you send a wood down, you can affect the score. Except me, in my case, I rarely get anywhere near the head, but I'll keep trying. Another superb wood by the Cardiff skip. That's the kind of results you tend to get when you've got confidence in what you're doing. Makes it look so easy. Like all the top sportsmen, whatever game you play it, makes it look so easy. But believe me, it's not. Here's another attacking wood coming in, and it looks successful. Oh, he's clipped it. Now then, look here. So what we got? We have one red sticker. Looks like it's nearest to the jack. I could be wrong there. It's never a true picture. He's taking his time there to skip the Cardiff. Down he comes. He's looking to land. Dead weight. Just run through. Now the Kellen Valley skip has got a couple of options open to him. One is obviously picking up the jack. And he's taken out both. This is a big score. Exactly what I was saying. They kicked out 2. They kicked out 3. They're still having a look. Yes, they called for the umpire to. So it's 3 being kicked out. And we sent up Viv Jones, the official umpire for today. She's also a member of the Cardiff Bowls Club. Been a servant of bowls for many years. The other players helping the marker here, the umpire. He takes instructions from her so that it's a fair measure. In the umpire's kit, they have all kinds of wedges and different tape measures. I think they even got forceps in there. I think then it's just the 3, but I'll confirm it now. Yes, just the 3. 3 gone up on the board. So it's Cardiff 10, Cannon Valley 9 after 11 ends. So then we have to score now. After 11 ends, Cardiff 10, Cardiff Valley 9. Quite a short jack this time. The team that wins the hen then gets what's called the mat and the jack, and they can lay the jack down by throwing the jack down the green, hopefully to a length agreed to by his team. Another superb wood laid down there. This game could well go down to the wire, even the very last wood. Again, settled on the mat. Nice, smooth release. Just a touch through. Superb drawing wood there. By the Cardiff number 2. Bowling with a bit of weight. Should affect the head. Gone across. It looks a big target to fire into, but again, if you just put slight bit of body into your action, you tend to go flying by. So that scared the bus drivers in the car park more than it did the head. Looks like Cardiff now put a defensive shot in, and if you notice, he's going right up to the spot, anticipating the Cardiff Valley. So a heavy one, and there it goes, off the green. Off the green. Now it'll come back. So that's a beautiful bit of play there by Cardiff. He anticipated their opponent's shot and put the cover in. Superb ball. That puts a small bit of pressure on the Cannonbally skip now as he goes down. He knows what he's got to do. He's got to be up. He's got to be able to affect the head. Hopefully by splitting those two Cardiff shots there. And hopefully lay in there himself. So he's not going to come in too heavy. Just arriving with nice bit of weight. They're looking for him to come down the hill. Absolutely brilliantly done. They look disappointed there, the Cannonbally boys. Though he touched the jack, he brought it around the corner, so he, the Cardiff skip there, just put one through the back slightly. I can't be definite, but I think Canada possibly holding the way that the Cannonbally boys are looking to their skip to do something good. Sent a lovely wood down the last time, but just waiting now for the sending with a bit of running. See what happens here. It's not bad, he's coming through with just might have. Oh, it looks like he's just come up a bit short. They'll be so careful as the game moves in to the final few ends. Got to skip that, acknowledging he had a bit of luck. All part of the game, of course. I don't know what's happened to my luck. I must have put it in my locker and forgot about it. But I seem to have lost all my luck. But if anybody finds it, please return it to me as soon as possible. Well bowled. Oh, he liked that. That's the excitement for you. Well, Dan sent one down there. That's the Cardiff skip. Changed the head, and Cardiff ends up taking the shot. So Cardiff now 11, Cullen Valley 9 on 12 ends. Action to happen yet before we finish. And he's done it again. You remember he's done exactly the same. Cullen Valley lead, planted one right on the jack. The Cardiff lead came in, tapped him up to all shot again. This is high class leads play there. Two superb players, two superb teams. So Cardiff going to have to play a bit really. They don't want to be drawing too many close to the head and building up the head, allowing Cullen Valley to attack the head. At the moment, they've only got the one wood to attack. Well, that wood's come up slightly short, and as you see there, the Cannavale skip scene, use that as a shoulder to use. You can come off that wood straight into the jack or the Cardiff wood. We set it down with a little bit of weight. As the boys are in the way. Let's see if I can see from this end. No. No doubt, as the game comes to a conclusion, the players are going to be more involved. They're going to be looking over the head more, so they're going to be blocking the cameras a bit more than usual. Like Danny's gone and sat there now. Something you would do normally on a regular basis. So I'll try and catch it coming this way. No, it's a bit. It's coming in. There's the wood. He fitted as we said and taken the jack. But I think he's been a tad unlucky. He's just chalking that wood. That's to say that that would hit the jack, and if it were to end up in the ditch, it would still be a live wood and be able to score. Any wood that ends up in a ditch without touching the jack is removed and put on the bank. You see there the players have got bits of cloth in their hands, and you wonder why. It's to remove the white chalk off the woods. I never had that problem. Just running through, slightly off the line to that weight. But no doubt that's given Cardiff a warning of what the Cannavale boys are planning. So that will determine what the Cardiff skip decides to do himself. Send this out on a lovely line. To come floating in hopefully. He's looking for one at the back. And that is absolutely. Oh, has he? I think he has. He's thrown it. I think he might have wanted to have landed on that other wood there and tapped it out a bit further, but so you've seen it there. But actually, we're on ring 5, and the player just balls right into ring 6. That is woods come back. That is part and parcel of indoor balls. I know everybody's experienced a bit of flickering caused by the indoor lights. Cameras are too sensitive, and we yet to find the right balance. We're working on it. Sometimes I wish that the players had those portable mics on, if we could get to find out what they're thinking. But it's working his way in. He's looking to sit on the back of it. Well, just a little bit. Oh, he's just run through. Can't really tell you who's holding the shot at the moment. Of course, we've got to remember these are last year's finals due to the COVID. Some of them have been played, so they've completed last year's championships. Then we go straight in to the early rounds of this year's championship. So there's going to be an awful lot of ball sport played this year. So there we have the Cardiff 11, Cunning Valley 9 on 12 ends. Today's game played over 18 ends. Cardiff have won the match. Find out the scores and on the doors in a minute. I'll put them up for you. another top wood. Oh, he's just run through the car laid there, but he's holding the one. Whatever game you're playing in bowls, you can expect to be playing for a minimum of 2 hours to a game, stretching to 4 or 5 hours, depending on the number of players, the number of woods being bowled. Because you have inter-club games where you play 4 rings against 4 rings, total scores. You count, you play 6 rings. So Cardiff are over a couple of years. Can Barry be looking to change his head? Control weight coming down. He's looking to possibly pick the jack up. He's certainly hit the one, and he's he'd be a bit disappointed with the result. Again, Cardiff know now what their intentions are, so they've been having a chat here what to do. Should we put one around the back, protect her? Should we put one in front? Should we keep drawing, building up the head? Plenty of variables. And of course, you'll hear all kinds of bits of advice, and then they'll say, well, look, it's up to you, mate. So you're on your own. Once you're on the mat, you're on your own. Another superbly delivered wood. Again, now as the game gets tense and close to the end, the boys are going to be leaning over the head more and more often. Apologise for that. So the same problem again for Cardiff. They know what the intentions of Cumberland Valley are. They can't really stop them, can they? So they're looking to see, have a chat now and say, look, if he hits that jack, where's it going to go? Right, shall I cover the spot? Shall I draw one at the back of the head? Shall I look here? Shall I put one here? There we are, then go on. And then right at the end, the skipper will say, but it's up to you, mate. So he's definitely put one at the back there. You don't want to leave yourself without any woods at the back due to the fact that your opponents can rush the jack through, and where you were holding 2, 3, or 4, you could all of a sudden end up down at the same numbers. Here comes another running wood. Sad eyes, he coming down in time? No, he's just missed the head. A lot of the purists in the game, they don't like to see running woods, firing as it's called. You hear them say this is a drawing game. But believe me, these boys, they can draw better than most, and they can fire. Now there's a fine wood put in by the Cardiff skip. It's blocked at the moment. He's tightened the head up, so I feel that if he was to fire at this head, as you can see, 2 of the woods Cardiff were holding have gone. So Dan sent one slightly short as a block, trying to prevent his opponent from firing down the spots. But of course, nothing to stop him using his other hand. Which he's doing. He's coming on his backhand. But he's sending it out, hoping to arrive. Remembering he's been firing. And that is simply superb. Stop bowling again. So this is the last one at this end. Backhand draw again, looking just to arrive, just like his last wood. Left it a touch short, I feel. But Cunham Valley have picked up some shots there. I think there's only one. Now 12-10 to Cardiff on 14 ends. Well, I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We seem to have had a break in transmission. I hope you're all back with us. So, as I said before, Cardiff 12, Cullen 10 after 14 ends in this 18 end final. This is the Open Triples final. Looks like there was some movement. In fact, the bowler on the green to his left was taking his shot, so he's a step back. Sensible thing to do. Now can he send his wood away in his own time. Fine effort, just rock back. I'd say who's golden at the moment. Some of these players, it's been very, very hard couple of days. Some of them have been playing 2 or 3 full games the last couple of days. Kind of a throwing in a deep wood there. Expecting the jack to be moved. And just quickly remove the scores so that we can see the woods. They were finally managed to do it. Sorry about that. I'll post the scores back up as soon as we got green screen space. Just coming around the back. Just gone under. I'm sure that he knew that well before we did. I think every bowler gets a sense. They know roughly where the wood's going to end up as soon as they release it. It's a feeling you get for the game. The top bowlers, obviously. That one's gone through to the back, still on the green. You see the top of it there. So that was a big take there. Superb leading by both both leads. Cardiff need to pick themselves up now at that last end. Well, I think somebody's going to have to try and spring the jack. Wouldn't surprise me if there was two woods actually touching the jack. It's hard to say from here. Couldn't get it much closer than those two. Just popped out there to ask the boys to stay away from the head best they can. I had a quick look, and a welder couldn't have done a better job. It's always a bit difficult for the players bowling towards the club end. The doors tend to open, people coming in and out. I see the crowd now. Everyone's trying to gather around this green now as it comes to the end, the last couple of ends. Everybody wants to know the result. There are the jack's been sprung, not by much, Again, I wouldn't know who's holding now. So most of the boys now obviously stepped off the ring to give the bowlers all the room they need to draw right up to the ditch. It's a shame we haven't got an overhead camera that can show you exactly where the jack is. Trying to land onto the top. Just push one into the ditch. Don't think it's changed much. Cardiff team will now have a look at it. Stepping back. They're all three having a little chat. I know they've had a rethink. You sure? That we're only here once. Have a go, Lady saying. What have you got to lose? All right then. So Cardiff won the jack back. Not quite sure the score yet. Cardiff just picks. So it's 14-15 to Cannon Valley. And a lovely opening word from the captain. This is a top exhibition of Leeds, opening up the ends. You could throw an handkerchief over these words at the moment. Superb stuff. And there's another one in. He's a nice crowd here today, and they really enjoy top bowling. On ring two, we've got the over 60 singles. Ben Salmon, Cardiff. Looks like he's 12-9 up after 15 ends. against Arborgan. When you see players down like that on Tuesdays, it almost reminds you of the front row ready to settle down into a scrum. Okay, they just moved in time. I hope we can be able to see it. That was just gone through. A fast running wood again there. Quite a bit off the actual line there. Again, can't we know what Cullen Valley is trying. They got some shots there. They got to try and protect, but also be mindful of the fact that the jack could be sprung. Now that's I'm believing to myself that that wood was put there just to stop the drive. But he's still attempting it, and I believe he's in on top of it, and he's well. This is unlucky. He he's done everything bar. I suppose some days you should be in bed when things like that happen. Cardiff have got to be looking now to protect these shots or cover the spots to be put one at the back so the front row meets on the halfway line and has a chat. So Cardiff have definitely thrown one right just to protect themselves. Again, kind of like coming down with weight, slightly going off the line again, I believe. Yes, and he's gone flying past. Cardiff know now that the Cannon Valley skip has got a line into that jack, so they're going to have to find a way of stopping him. Dance down on his arches. Well, that could be useful. That could be a useful word there. Again, the Cardiff skip's coming up just to make sure he knows what the situation is. He would have made his mind up by now what he's going to play. They're coming on top. Boys not moving. Looks a tad high, but here he comes. Slow down. He just runs through a tad. Well sent down ball. So the Cardiff have taken the mat again. Cardiff have now moved to 17-15 lead. 17 ends played. So the jack's been laid down by Cardiff. 3 dots up from the tee. You see the dots running up the centre of the green there. So it's reasonably, with the mat where it's placed, it's a reasonable length. We've got off to a great start in this end. Well, there's three superb woods by Cardiff Valley there. Lovely bowling. Leaves a bit of a target, to be fair. I think they'd be a bit worried about that, especially with the standards of the Cardiff 3. Now it's Cardiff Valley's turn to protect what they've got. I believe they're holding 3 at the moment. That would be enough. But I can't see the Cardiff boys leaving the head like this for long. So there's the first defensive shot by Cardiff Valley, covering the one spot there. So if the jack goes up the green and the jack is replaced on the spot, they'll be in a good position. Well, I said this at the start, it might go down to the very last end and the very last wood. Nice to be right once in a while. This transmission, I'd like to once again thank the committee and the members of the Cardiff Bowls Club for allowing these finals to take place in their superb facilities here in Supply Gardens, Cardiff. Big thank you for all those who are watching from far afield, Australia, New Zealand, Dubai, and all over the UK. It's been a pleasure to bring you this game today. It's been a high quality match from start to finish. And we're yet to find out who's going to be the winner. I can't help it at the moment because they're blocking the coming in with control with it. He's throwing it in. Oh. This game has been played yet again in tremendous spirit. Both teams know each other well. They respect each other. And no doubt whoever wins or loses, they'll be having a good chat and a drink as they step off the green. With Cardiff being 2 shots up, I'd be looking to see if Cardiff don't try and change this head. Try to remove a couple of Cannavale's shot holdings. He's coming down with the draw. Oh, that's how unlucky is that. Another time he could have picked the jack up and trailed it through. So looking at what would happen if they done certain things, and they're obviously trying to be careful. I think they know what might be coming on behalf of Cardiff. I'm trying to discuss what they can do to make it as hard as possible for Cardiff to remove their shots. Probably asking for another one there. Now you can't blame Cannavale for taking their time here, making sure that they all agree, they know what's to be done. If the counter skip doesn't make it happen with this wood, I think they'd be shaking hands. Stroke, just using lovely weight. Gone under. That's it, they're shaking hands. No doubt a disappointing Cardiff 3. But congratulations, I think. They put the scores on the doors. Was it 3? Was it 3? Very well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the final score. Eventually, I had for it to be confirmed because the players left the green without altering the scoreboard. So it's congratulations to Curran Valley, winners of the triples, the open triples. And thank you everyone for joining us. Now this will be the end of our live broadcasting for the moment, as everybody goes off now to have a bit of lunch, except the over 60 singles is still in progress on ring 2, and it's on the 20th and it's 15-12. I believe it's 15-12 to Ben Salmons at Cardiff. I don't seem to know what's happening here because no one seems to be. Oh, they're calling for the umpire. That's what it is. I'm sorry. And look into the windows here. They're calling for the umpire. So the game, they have played it. This is the 21st end, so this is crucial for somebody to know. It's 15-12 on the scoreboard, and I know they're measuring. So obviously somebody's asking for 3 shots. You can just see in the corner of your eye over there, top left of the screen. You can see the umpire measuring away there. Both players have moved away to let the umpire make his decision. Oh, of course, now just remember the singles competitions is shots, first to 21. So as I say, Ben Salmon is leading 50-13. They've had 21 ends, but the ends don't count. So there we are. That's the end of our live streaming from Cardiff for the moment. Hope you all enjoyed, and we'll be posting up the links for future games shortly. So it's thank you and good day from Cardiff and the Welsh Indoor Bowls finals.